Good morning. Thank you, KMZR, for the sub-gift. Aulun, thank you for the sub-gift too. Why is Joe on the bed? Because she's overusing her powers. And she's slowly dying.
You have the look of a man with the twins upon his shoulders, Rodrigue.
Talia has tasked me with removing a Cursebreaker's brand. But it's my first time and I don't think I can do it. I'm afraid of what happens if I fail. You survived, I know, but there as many die.
What the fuck?
Is it really worth the risk?
You don't need me to answer that.
There's a risk of death for removing the
full
bands.
well what we're fighting for. I hope as much as you that one day bearers can walk among others as equals. But until that day, a brand is a burden. And we must lift that burden in order to go undetected. The operation may be dangerous, but it's also essential. And we undergo it willingly.
I know. I still wish there was some other way. But griping about my lot helps no one, I suppose. Don't worry. I'll do what must be done.
I know you will.
Unfortunately, the first thing that needs doing is the preparation of a draft to dull the pain. Something I can't do with the infirmary's ammonia supply so low. What few leaves we have would barely be enough for removing a splinter, let alone a brand.
Just tell me what you need.
You'll go? Oh, thank you. No one knows Herblore like Taya, and she swears by ammonia for easing pain. It's simple enough to find, if you know where to look. And fortunately for you, I do. Along the river near the village of Amber over in Rosaria. Just search for the bright blue blossoms.
This is side quests. Thank you, Sci-Fi Zar, for the 19 months. Vitasken, thank you for the 25.
Yeah. What's everyone whispering about?
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
Do you have a moment, Sid? A team of Cursebreakers has gone missing near Northreach.
Which team?
Coles. They were sent to liberate a carriage of bearers before they could be smuggled to market. They were moving in for their assault when the carriage was attacked by goblins. A Cursebreaker managed to release a Stolas amid the confusion, but... this was days ago. They should be back by now, but I've heard nothing from any of them. I can't help but worry that...
They know the work is dangerous. But I'm sure they're fine.
But what if I've got them all killed? Before they go out, I always remind them why we're doing this, what they escaped, and what we're freeing people from. But I never really thought how my words might affect them. What risks they might take because of the things I've said.
Not everything is voice acted, but almost everything is.
I'll go and find them. We'll both rest easier knowing they're safe.
Thank you, Sid. And I'm sorry to trouble you with this. The plan was to intercept the slaver somewhere in the Dragon's Eyrie. I can't tell you much more than that, I'm afraid.
That should be enough to go on. If they were there, Torgal will track them down.
Thank you, 15 for the 24. The sounds reminds me of Super Metroid. Like whenever you pick up a power-up or something.
Ready, go?
The river was easy enough to find. Now for those herbs.
Be safe.
Oh, I want to switch out one of my parries. I think 3 parries is too much. Fuck. It's actually 5 parries. If you include regular parry and Royal Guard parry.
This is the only plant around here with blue flowers. I hope it's the right...
Let me check, actually. I think I'll skip the Garuda parry. I don't need it anymore. I have the other 2 ones. Can I just refund these entirely? Oh, I can. I guess I could use this instead. It is good stagger damage. This one's better stagger damage, but I don't like how long it keeps the animation in this one. Okay, I'll use this one. Is there anything else can refund? There's so much shit I don't use. Yeah, fuck this, for example. 100 points only? What a scam. I need 50 more. Nah, there's nothing else to refund, I think. It's just like the base abilities are upgraded already. Oh, whatever.
One. Should be enough to keep...
Thank you, Heartsy, for the 9. I really like the Titan spells. Even if they're not the strongest, I'm actually not sure what even is the strongest. They feel nice to play. Oh right, I didn't fill the slots. It's supposed to be the air one. Wickets. I think all the things have like a good spell here and there. It's not like one deity that does. Like Ramuh's lightning rod is insane. Ifrit's dash is insane.
Just about. Sid, if you don't
Titan
mind me
spells just
asking,
feel nice to use.
what are you doing here?
Doris sent me to find you. She hasn't heard anything since the attack. She's been worried about you.
I sent a runner to the Dame in Northreach. The hideaway should have learned of our survival yesterday.
Well, I'm here now. And it looks like you freed the bearers.
Only some. The rest locked themselves in the slaver's carriage rather than fleeing when they had the chance. I want to help them, Sid. But we're barely in any state to protect those few we did save.
You made the right decision. Now where's the carriage?
The goblins may still be out there.
You have duties to attend to here. See to the injured. I'll handle the rest.
All right. Just follow the path to the south. You'll come across the carriage soon enough. And please, hurry. If the beastmen get to those bearers, the poor souls will be eaten alive.
I won't let that happen.
Thank you. And Sid, it's good to see you.
Don't thank me just yet.
It's right there? The fuck?
They're trying to get into the carriage.
It's such a JoJo move.
Nice try.
Fisting is $300.
Who are you? A friend. Are there any more survivors? Why didn't you flee with the others? If the goblins had made it through that door, you wouldn't have stood a chance.
Why should we run? One miserable death's no worse than another.
Perhaps. But we're here to give you another choice. Freedom, safety, the life you've been denied. Come with us. Let us protect you.
Sid, I couldn't just let you... You weren't too late then. Thank the gods.
This man risked his life to save yours. To give you a second chance.
Fine. Do with us what you will.
What the fuck?
What we'll do with you is take
So
you to
depressing.
safety. After that, it's up to you. Your lives are your own now.
You can leave the rest to us, Sid. We'll get everyone back to the hideaway.
Thank you. I'll let Doris know we're expecting new arrivals.
Do what you must. My life is forfeit. Do what you must now.
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
Sid, welcome back. A Stolas from the Dame arrived not long after you left. If I'd just waited a little longer, I might have been able to deal with things myself. Or maybe I wouldn't. I keep making the wrong decisions.
Cole and the others got home safely. You made exactly the right decision.
No, I was lucky. I've been tracking that slaver for months, and then I sent Cole and you after them woefully unprepared. What kind of leader sends people into danger without considering all the risks? I should have urged greater caution, told Cole to be wary, to pull back at the first sign of trouble.
We swore the same oath as you, Doris.
It's good to see you safe and well, Cole. I'm sorry.
With all due respect, we Cursebreakers don't risk our lives because you commanded of us. We risk them because we believe in our cause. No one with doubts ever joins our ranks. The agony of removing the brand more than sees to that.
We all know how much bravery that takes.
Cole, I never doubted your courage. Only my ability to see it put to good use. Thank you for your faith in me. I'm not sure I deserve it. I sometimes wonder if I might prefer to risk death alongside the others than ask it of them. But I'm a Cursebreaker. I swore an oath too. I have a role to play, and I must trust that I'm the right one to play it.
You will. In time.
I hate these items. Minus 2-second cooldown, really? Come on. Give me something worth getting. Come on.
I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding the ammonia.
Only the usual.
Oh, yes. This is it. And more than I was expecting. I dare say the patient won't feel a thing. That is, unless I...
You'll do fine. Taya trusts you. Which means I trust you. The hideaway would be lost without skilled physicers like yourself.
Thank you for the kind words. Truly. But... I'm sorry. I'm still terrified. The brand is more than just ink on flesh. It's a death sentence. Milk of the wyvern tail lurking just below the surface of the skin. One ill-conceived incision, a single slip, and the poison fouls the patient's blood. Failure means death, and even success means tremendous pain. Days of agony as the wound heals. I became a physiker to help people, not to kill them. I don't want to kill anyone.
Cursebreakers lead hard lives. And the operation is only the beginning. They toil in the shadows, risking life and limb, knowing their efforts will win them neither glory nor acclaim. And yet we never won for volunteers. Why do you think that is?
Conviction? They're willing to die?
They're willing to fight. To give their lives to create a world where people like us can be more than mere possessions. I know your work isn't easy. But neither is going under the knife. Be a shoulder for your patients to lean on. Stay strong for them.
You sound like Taya. Do you know what she once told me? It's natural for a patient to feel like they're suffering in solitude. And it's a physiker's duty to see that they don't. Thank you for helping me remember that. I won't falter. Not again.
I think invest in makeup. There's gotta be some illusion magic. What if you just put another tattoo over it?
Welcome to the
You
Patrons
just go
Whisper.
like, you know, brand a tattoo? I don't know what you're
Here's
talking
everything
about.
we've received and everything promised. You earned this. All done?
5% more combo damage. What counts as a combo though?
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again. Jill looked white as a sheet when we got her.
I mean, I did a lot of combos, but I don't know like what the in-game definition of a combo is. He's just never stopping the attack or something, I guess?
Clive, where have you been? I've been wanting to ask you something about Torgal. Where did you get him, like, in the first place?
My father brought him back from one of his expeditions into the Northern Territories. They were crossing a snowfield when they heard his cries, and seeing no sign of his pack, they took him in.
What do you reckon, Tomes?
It certainly adds weight to the theory. Clive, I believe that Torgal may be no mere hound, but a rare frostwolf, an animal native to the far northern reaches of Valisthea. In one of our oldest bestiaries, I found reference to a frostwolf who served as guardian to an ancient queen of the north. Such was his mastery over ether, he could cast magics on command.
He is Fenrir.
His name was Fenrir.
Oh, and now he even confirms
Fenrir
it.
the Frostwolf.
Now, the annals do not state it explicitly, but I have reason to believe this queen was a dominant of Shiva, a girl from the Northern Territories and her faithful hound.
But why is there...
One awakens as the dominant of Shiva,
Oh.
and the other?
You're saying that Jill granted Torgal his powers,
What?
What?
just like Fenrir. People called him my hound, but Torgal and Jill were inseparable. He grew up as a faithful companion to the dominant of Shiva, and years later, his powers awakened. Just when his master needed him the most.
Oh, that's so cool.
You're right. If it weren't for Torgal blasting those bastards to Kingdom Come, Jill would have been for it.
Quite. Though Torgal's power is his own, his latent birthright as a frostwolf, it had only to be unlocked.
Oh, get you, Torgal.
You're an even finer hound than we thought.
And regarding your original concern, you need not fear for Torgal's health. Why, the beast has the appetite of a behemoth. Just this very morn, I found him with his nose buried in my nuts.
What the fuck? What? Hold
There
up.
you are! I've been looking everywhere for you. Bernard's here. I need you to introduce us so we can get to work.
I shall be a moment.
Oh, they needed some... They needed some more screening for that line. They knew they were doing. Ah, they must have.
Isn't it brilliant?
It is.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. You and everyone else. But I promise I'll pay you back. I'm gonna work my fingers to the bone for you lot. Starting right now. Just you wait. I'll make wonders like this world's never seen.
Then I look forward to seeing them. Now that that's settled, I wonder if Vivian's made any progress tracking down Kupka.
Thanks for letting me do this, Clive. I'll pay you back, I promise.
We have everything we need to begin work in earnest.
And work in earnest we shall.
Thanks for before, son. That was a good deed you did me. Only right I do you one in return. Though I did wonder if I'd bit off more than I could chew when Mid showed me her plans for the place. If she hadn't been there to tell me what to do, I wouldn't have known where to start.
I wish
I think I'll wait till Mid's away to take it to her.
Alright. Double check for side quests. But I think I did everything.
How are you doing? Quick look.
All done. Main quest time.
In there.
Back in 2009, I left Dota 94 months of tier 3.
How goes the hunt for Kupka?
Largely in circles. We have myriad sightings of strange soldiers in unexpected places, but nothing definitive as yet. If only we knew for certain by what route he left Rosalith.
Well, keep at it. If anyone can piece this puzzle together, it's you. And I'm willing to wait as long as it takes.
Waiting. Waiting. As long as it takes.
What? Here?
Would that be a problem?
Do you know, Clive? I believe it a mercy that you didn't inherit your father's throne. Your poor people would surely live in fear of you.
You have nothing to worry about on that front. I won't be claiming his crown.
That is a relief.
What does she mean? What?
Clive, have you got a minute?
This was standing there?
We, have a guest.
A guest?
Kunka!
For your trouble.
He bought his axe too.
It's a pleasure, in hindsight.
How's it even attached?
Uncle Byron? Clive, my boy! Tap a cask and stoke the ovens for your favorite uncle is here!
I like how he comes without any escorts. He's still the lord of like an entire town and manor. I like to believe he's strong enough to defend himself.
The Dalmekian government sues for peace. How shall we respond?
If they're willing to accept their fault in the matter, I see no reason to refuse them.
Hey, that guy's fucking our mom!
Still, we must insist on substantial reparations. Twinside stores are not as bottomless as reported.
Aye, and we have many more mouths to feed. We shall just have to have the Dalmeks empty their treasuries for us.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without your timely intervention, Prince Olivier.
Indeed, I doubt any of us would have had the courage to trade words with the mighty Titan, nor less the wit to win him over.
The Empire owes you a great debt.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you, Your Highness.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Very good.
There's something wrong with that kid, right?
Now, let us come to the question of precisely when the Dalmeks will withdraw their troops.
Dion's fire could rid us of them in mere moments.
He's like 15, but he acts like a toddler.
The men of the Fist will not withdraw until a peace treaty is concluded. So let us keep the negotiations open, give them time to gather what gold and trinkets they can. And once they deliver that which we demand, what worth is a piece of parchment?
Your Radiance, were Prince Dion to take the field, the enemy would surely send their own dominant to meet him. And while His Highness would of course prevail, there would be heavy losses on both.
You need not fear Hugo Kupka. He is engaged on the Western Front, even were the Dalmeks to send for him, he would not arrive in time. As much as I would enjoy witnessing a clash between Bahamut and Titan, It is not to be.
They are unaware.
And what of your subjects, your Radiance? If the fighting spread to the city proper, the people would bear the brunt of it.
He cares about the people?
There will be losses, it is true. Yet for every citizen who falls, another can be bred.
Holy
for every
shit.
home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on.
Jesus. I am willing to make the
Leon?
sacrifice for you.
Yes, sire.
Your sacrifice for you. Seen this flower before somewhere.
Prepare for battle.
But sire...
Do not make me repeat myself. Return to your camp and await my orders.
If that is your wish, your Radiance, I shall depart at once.
Oh, it must be her plan, right? To send him to go die, so her son becomes the new king, or the next king, rather. Oh, that sly bitch! Because he's probably the firstborn son right now. Or like the oldest son, rather.
What do the astrologers augur?
The stars are in agreement, your Radiance. The shadow of treachery hangs over Prince Dion.
So Annabella's tales were true.
Was the mom called Annabella?
You disappoint me, Dion.
It was, right? What's with these fucking kids? It's like his growth has been stunted since he's like 3 years old or something. Doesn't speak. Hovers over mama non-stop. Probably still breastfeeds.
Only one way to find out.
The little ones have been up to their old witch.
Double check for quests. Don't know if something appears after that or not. Probably not. Okay, let's go.
After another around here.
Actually, it's the Middle Ages. You think noble women ever breastfeed in these times? They have fucking wet nurses for that shit.
Ah, my dear nephew. How I've missed you.
How did you find this place, Uncle?
Through the good offices of young Sir Wade. He really is the most helpful fellow. As are you, I hear. The Guardians and those they freed tell the most outlandish tales of your heroics in Rosalith. Which is why I came, to learn the full truth of the matter. Sort the fact from the fiction, so to speak.
You were working with the Guardians of the Flame to evacuate the people of Rosalith to Port Isolde.
I was, aye.
Then I have questions for you. Please, come inside, Uncle.
Gladly. You there? There are 2,000 gold talents in those chests. See that they're added to my nephew's coffers, would you?
2,000?
That voice. Oh, I love the British accents.
And I'm afraid that is all I know.
A fleet sailing south past Port Isolde. Most intriguing.
Forgive me for not being able to tell you more. I hadn't the faintest idea Kupka withdrew wounded from Rosalith. Still less that my own nephew dealt the decisive blow.
What do you think, Vivian?
I think, with this news of the Dalmekian fleet and recent reports of the Royalists' movements, that the final piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. Come here and I'll show you.
Jill's in the hospital. She wounded. Dying.
It is known that Kupka's forces entered Rosaria via its unguarded coast. So can the same be said of your visitors from Waloed? Certainly, her royal navy is famed for the efficiency with which it bears her knights from one battlefield to the next. And in the Einherjar, or Black Galleon,
The fuck?
she boasts
The chosen
a vessel
ones
nigh as
for
swift
Ragnarok.
and every bit as feared as the kingdom's legendary cavalry. A fitting flagship for a land apart, her naval presence being crucial to her ambitions beyond Ash. Yes, it seems safe to assume that the Royalists did indeed enter Rosaria from the sea. So then, had you a vested interest in Titan's survival, whither would you take him? Why, home to Drake's Fang, a place rich enough in ether to conjure the magics needed to mend his hurts. But would that not entail an arduous voyage around the southern cape? Let us say that the Royalists did put ashore with a mind to spirit Kupka away from under your very nose. Could that truly have been their plan for him? To load him aboard one of the ships flying Republican colors sighted off the coast near Port Isolde. To spend weeks at sea, being tossed hither and yon by unforgiving waves, his life hanging in the balance. No. The journey would mean Titan's death, and Kupka's faithful creatures would not allow it. So what then was the plan of our Waluda friends? Reports suggest they made not for the coast, but for the desert. And by cutting through the Velcroy, a party traveling light would have Titan back in his bed days before a galley could lurch into port. To wit, it was the Royalists, not the Republicans, who effected Hugo Kupka's safe retreat. I would stake your life on it.
Why my life? Take your life, bitch.
So it was the Waluders who spirited the wretch away. Now I think about it, there was something a little strange about the ships I saw. The men seemed almost crestfallen, as if in mourning, as if they believed, or were made to believe, that their master was dead.
You have a keen mind, Lord Rosfield. And you have your answer. To find Kupka, you have merely to follow the Royalist trail across the Velcroy. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all roads lead to Drake's Fang.
Oh.
Allow me to accompany you part of the way. As luck would have it, I had intended to journey Canberward on business after visiting you here. The Fang would be but a short detour.
I'd be glad of the company. Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned. And where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy. Time waits for no man.
I like these map scenes. Very, very tactics ogre like.
Finished outfitting her little workshop, I hear.
Otto, Kupka's at Drake's Fang. I'll be leaving before sunset.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. All I'm after is Kupka's head. I won't risk any more than I have to. I promise.
The lands around the Fang are all Kupka's personal fiefdom. You have any trouble on the way, you ask for Rosina Dalamil, Suncaller, the Desert Hare.
Who is she?
An old associate of Sid's. And only Sid's.
I fucked her.
All I know is the name. And that they used to meet at the Delamil.
Oh, they used to meet at inns too? Yeah, okay, man.
Since he died. But I'm thinking maybe the new Sid might be able to bring her back into the fold.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
So, what about your uncle? I mean, he's welcome to stay, but...
Don't look so worried. He'll be coming with me.
Thank fuck for that.
New companion.
Gav, Otto, I'm leaving you two in charge.
Wonder if he has any powers. Some kind of bear or some kind.
All right, Uncle. I'm ready to depart. Shall we?
We shall. Come, let us away to adventure.
It's kind of weird, like the whole dominant thing. I mean, they say there's only 8, but then, you know, obviously we're number 9 already. And then now Fenrir is number 10. So it just seems like there's random dominance all over the place. And just pop up just because. Like Fenrir is a weird one, I guess. It's not like a real dominance. You don't think Fenrir is one at all?
I was a young man when last I walked this path.
I guess it's more like a summon than, yeah.
There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
The trading post it is.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're just straight up wrong, though. And just other things are gonna happen. Where am I? What the fuck? Holy shit, this place is huge.
Our destination lies over that dune, beyond the ruins. Mark 'em well, Clive. It's all too easy to lose one's bearings in the sands.
Oh wow, the XP jumps are insane. From like level 20 mobs to level 28 mobs, XP just went from like what, 20 to 150.
Many years ago, when you were just a boy, you and I rode this way together, accompanying your father on a scouting expedition to Drake's Fang.
He let me come with you.
I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be there when your
The
brother
jump doesn't work. I guess I'm too far
whipped
below.
your chocobo too hard on the journey home and fell from the saddle. I shall never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, falling like a...
He just hits him with the axe. It does feel like I'm about to fight Diablos here. Jill didn't die. She just overused her powers. So she's resting. Although, I don't think resting does anything, right? They're just tapping into this finite source of power and eventually they die.
Who do you think those soldiers were?
Lord Cook has finally made his move.
Yes.
I expect that's why there's so many soldiers in town.
Sounds like shit to be born a dominant. Like you're destined for war. Spent by whatever king you serve under, and then you die at the age of like 20 or whatever.
Ah, there she is. The good old Dalamil Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
They gain great power? Yeah, but there's not enough bearers. There's not enough dominance, so he can never like overthrow the non-bearers, non-dominants. You're always gonna serve. Unless, you know, like all dominants get together and just fucking kill all the kingdoms.
Look, there. Those are ashen steeds. No doubt about it.
And such a long ride from Stonehair. Our Waluda friends must be soothing their saddle sores in the inn. Shall we join them? Run along and play now, Torgal. Dogs aren't allowed inside.
Unlock. Well, that covers everything. Shit. I get so nervous every time he pulls out his sword. Every scene where he does it, it feels like he's about to slash somebody.
Good day to you. Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we do a fine chocobo soup with
the
lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that then. An ale.
Right you are.
Hey, girl!
Coming!
Your pal? Would you rather be my squire?
What's this awkward scene? What is this? Oh.
Your Grace, it is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on. Prince Dion has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Grace. But you must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
Never seen a game do a camera pan like that. Like this. Oh. It's so Netflix like.
keep watch, they tell us. But all I see is sand.
I hear they got our guest back to the Fang without any trouble. We'll be leaving soon enough.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead skin, I'll never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
That'll be Cooker, then.
Uncle, please.
Let's get this down us. We've a long way to go.
Hey, you.
That's fried chocobo.
Uncle? Sorry.
He must recognize Clive. Oh, she, I mean. I didn't even see him.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
And the hood is up? Oh yeah, but what about the legendary sword? The 2-meter stature and the Dracula clothing, you know?
You two are travelers, are you not? Me and my companions are strangers here. Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads. But we've got business in camera that can't wait.
Ah, I'm sure you could spare us an hour or two.
Come on.
Friend.
What the fuck? Is it that hungry? What the fuck?
I'm afraid we don't have a moment to lose.
Spirit is dirty from the soup. Let's get it.
Stay back, Uncle.
Gladly.
Just gonna drink? What the fuck?
It's the outlaw. Take him.
Try it.
Bravo, my boy. Just like that.
It's you. You.
For your trouble.
That's a heavy purse.
Word of advice, miss. That soup could do with a touch more salt.
Now's our chance. Your Grace?
I'm fine.
Why are they even running? There's no more trouble. They're all dead. Bodily bonds. Oh, there you are.
Clive?
His nose. He didn't finish his fucking carrots again.
What is it now?
This shit kid.
It's nothing. Let's go.
I hope it's not one of those plots where everything could have been prevented if
we didn't know where
Joshua just spoke to Clive for like 5 minutes.
Now.
The Royalists said it themselves.
But I suppose in this case, they want Ultima away from
We should
Clive.
press on before any more of their friends turn up.
Ah, they've closed the road. And it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem Lord Kupka is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Not by force, I trust. We've attracted quite enough unwanted attention already.
By guile, then. Perhaps the Desert Hare can offer us her aid.
Rosina Dalamil, woman of mystery. But how will we find her? We know naught of her but her name.
And that she was working with Sid. Sid's other collaborators have all been people of means, the wealthiest and most successful members of their communities. I'll wager this Rosina Dalamel is the same.
That would certainly help to narrow the search. We need only inquire as to who is in charge of the town.
And that's exactly what I mean to do.
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's Fang anytime soon.
What are you buying? A sword that's worse than mine. Oh. Lightning Alt cooldown. I think I don't need Lightning Alt cooldown. I only use this when they're down anyway. Oh, there's a song here. Maybe I sell some shit and I buy the song. Is that enough? Not sure how much it was. I have it. I'm pouring out. No more money. I have 300 gil left.
Fare you well.
I like how the collectibles are the most expensive things by far. Like a sword costs like 2,000 gil. And then the song is just 40k, 50k, and 20k, whatever.
Anything I can help you with, travelers? Allow me. My good man, we represent one of the oldest and greatest trading houses of Port Isolde. We're seeking to expand our business in the region and would very much like to make the acquaintance of Dalamil's leading entrepreneurs. If only we knew where to find them.
Well, we're best known for our baths, our markets, and our smithies. I suppose you could do worse than start your search at one of those.
Thank you. You've been most helpful. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a lady by the name of Rosina Dalamil, would you?
No. I can't say I do.
Well, thank you all the same.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?
I won't keep you long. I'm looking for someone. A woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. Do you know her?
Never heard of her. Is that all?
One more question. If I wanted to find the richest trader in town, where would you recommend that I look?
Oh, that's easy. The Briar's Kiss. Won't find a finer smithy this side of the strait. The owner's only a young sprig, but he's got all the right ideas.
The Briar's Kiss, you say? Thank you.
I doubt this young sprig is the person we're looking for. You said Sid's contact was likely to be an influential sort. Influence comes with age and experience. Believe you me.
A fucking boomer. Actual boomer.
Got a reason to.
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal.
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a toy.
Oh, hi there. Found them.
Can I help you? Yes, I'm looking for a woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. A long-standing pillar of your community, I believe, from old trading stock.
Then you should ask further. He's been here for years. Knows the place and its people like the back of his hand. And he's in with all the old merchant families. Try the baths. That's where you'll usually find him.
Thank you kindly.
Is it time for the mandatory Japanese bath scene?
Well, it sounds like we have our man.
Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this Furder knows.
Hanging lanterns, keep the darkness from your door.
Excuse me. Are you Furder?
I am. Can I help you, travelers?
I hope so. You've lived here for some time, is that correct? Do you know Rosina Dalamil? We believe she may be a trader of some renown.
And what business do you have with the desert hare?
She was a close friend of mine. I was hoping she might be able to help me.
Very well. Go to the bordello. I'll arrange an introduction.
That was easy.
Just look. Do you think we can trust him?
Only as far as I think he trusts.
So you're the ones who've been sniffing around.
I beg your pardon?
Don't play the fool. Stick your nose in our business and you're likely to lose it.
Time for some shish kebab. Fisting! Oh!
Who are you working for? Him or her?
Him. The boss. He wanted us to test you.
Though one could hardly call that a test.
You fight.
Look what the cat dragged in.
Your skill with the blade is rare indeed, my lord. A fitting talent for an outlaw.
You know who I am. So what now? Call in the men of the Rock and collect the bounty?
That isn't my decision to make. Our work is done. Take him to meet his precious Rosina. She will be interested to make his acquaintance.
Yes, my lord. To the Lock of Leisure, then.
To the Lock of Leisure.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
The most fragrant herbs.
The finest fabric.
Is this the place?
Lubo's Forge. The Briar's Kiss.
Ah, so it was the young sprig after all. So much for Rosina Dalamil being a woman of experience. How wrong I was.
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been years since Sid last saw her. Sorry, him. Whoever this Lubor truly is, he's clearly a man of means. I'd say he deserves our respect.
See that he gets it. Lubor, Lord Furder told me to bring them to you.
My boys tell me you're in need of assistance. Sid the Second?
That voice. It's familiar.
I won't waste your time. I need passage through the south gate.
Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's most important commodity?
Reputation.
Why, trust. Everyone knows that. Without it, you have nothing. And nothing is exactly what you have. And so, for you, I, too, have nothing. I'm not in the business of helping every lost puppy that wanders in off the street. I'm a busy man, as you can see.
Let's leave this mummer to his farce.
By all means. Find someone else to help you on your way. Just be sure to tell them you're not the two travelers from the inn the guards are looking for. Don't want them jumping to conclusions, do we?
Why, you...
Who is this guy gonna do?
So,
guard him?
What do we need to do to earn your trust?
I like this one. Willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Ha! Men like you have a special place in my heart. Why, you ask? Because they get me what I want. Always.
Fine. So what do you want?
Don't tell me you're going to listen to this swaggering scruff.
We might as well hear him out. It's only natural that an ally of Sid's would seek assurances of strangers. Assuming he is an ally, of course. 5 years ago, he would have still been a boy.
And yet even then I had more good sense than a man, 5 times my age? But enough of the pleasantries. We were speaking of what I want. I want you to put an end to the trouble in Dalamil. Return to me when you have done so, and you shall have my aid. Until then, I bid you good day.
What trouble? If you're going to give us orders, be clear about them, damn you!
Manners, Greybeard. One catches more damselflies with honey than with vinegar.
What did you call me?
My apologies. A word of advice in recompense. Follow the crystals. Oh, but that was 3. Oh, I'm making this too easy for you.
Ha! It will be easy. Solving his little riddle should be like dealing with him. Child's play. Let us divide our forces, Clive. I'd rather not drag this parlor game on any longer than we need to.
All right. Good luck, Uncle.
Yeah, he's such a boomer.
I thought we were the only ones causing trouble in Dalamil. Excuse me. Is it true there's been trouble with crystals of late?
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Damn thieves. Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our stoves. Us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last few moons. And it isn't as if we can buy them on the black market either. Whoever's taking them, they aren't sharing.
Thank you, Mellow Mongo, for the 45. Oh, Jesus. Mary, fuck, kill, mom, Jill Benedicta? This definitely kill mom, right? Fuck that. You marry Jill and you fuck Benedicta. Easy peasy. Thank you, Lasagna Rosa, for the 30. You asked the girl on a date and she said yes, but you have zero dating experience. Can somebody in chat help her hold me out? Somebody help this man. Not me, though. I don't know shit. Shaka's thank you for the 38.
What can I do for you, soldier? Need that sword polishing?
I'm not a soldier.
Ugh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the Rock and the men of the Rock only.
You have an agreement with them?
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. Don't want to be stuck under some pauper when they come knocking. With pockets deeper than Zemeckis and an urge to empty them. No, just leave, will you? Before you scare them off.
Need a new dress? If they pay anything like last.
Do you have a moment?
Depends what for.
Just a question. Dalamil seems to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a reason for that?
Well, we're a stone's throw from Drake's Fang, for one. The soldiers guarding the Mother Crystal and the shipments need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men of the Rock throw their money about like there's no tomorrow.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Don't let me keep you from your work any longer. I think I'm starting to get an idea of what's been going on. I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use.
He's in trouble, isn't he?
He'll probably be back at the inn by now.
He must be in trouble.
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture. What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
I'm looking for my pal. Have you seen him?
The gentleman who was with you? Yes, he's upstairs, but...
Thank you. I'll go and fetch him.
If I find him in bed with some prostitute right now.
Huh?
Will this suffice as a deposit?
By the sands. That's a black pearl.
One of the many treasures in my collection that I would be only too happy to part with, should you give me reason to do so.
All right. I'm sure that we can come to an agreement, but not here.
Oh, God.
What are you doing, Uncle?
Push.
Care to explain why you're giving gifts to Kupka's men?
Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey without it. And I do believe I've snagged us quite the quarry. I started by asking around the markets as to where I might purchase crystals. I had no luck, of course. It's forbidden to trade in such things. But my uncharacteristic indiscretion just happened to attract the attention of those uniformed ruffians. They took me aside and said they could procure the crystallized sort if I proved I could pay for it.
So the pearl was your proof?
I thought they'd ask for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so.
What?
A small price to pay for admittance to the underworld.
What?
But enough about my little act of subterfuge. What did you discover?
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're being stolen. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere, and pocketing the profits.
I'll wager you're right.
We'll meet with them then, just as you arranged, and put an end to the trouble Lubor spoke of.
Ha! That preening popinjay thought this would be difficult. It just goes to show, one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll soon wipe that smirk off his face. I arranged to meet with the soldiers in a secluded corner of the Velcroy, far from prying eyes.
The perfect place for a spot of double dealing.
I trust I can count on your support if things turn sour.
These days. Of course.
How are you now? I need a drink.
Genuine cactuar needles imported from across the sea. Just one prick and your little sparrow will sing. Huh?
Fucking men of the wrong.
This river runs all the way to the southern seas. They used to load the crystal onto barges and sail it to the villages downstream. Before the canyons were lost to beasts and bandits. When I was a girl, I would wave to the boatmen as they set off on their long journey, and they would throw me sweetmeats in return. Such happy times.
What the fuck is a sweetmeats?
1,000 gil for a measly bunch of...
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
Do you think they'll be back soon? I need a new dress.
Fresh bread,
Light
warm
meat and
from the
dark.
oven.
Take a sniff, good sir.
The finest fabrics.
Seems like I took the wrong exits. Oh, it's just here. Ik krijg dat lof voor de 3 months. Goblin coins of dogs. Oh, you get so much XP for killing mobs there.
I'll take it from here.
I was beginning to think you weren't coming, my lord. You've brought your contribution?
All the silver and stones I could scrape together at such short notice?
You brought the whole 500 talents.
That was the price we agreed upon, yes? If you've no objections, I'd like to see the crystal.
Of course. Right this way, my lord.
Not bad at all. You weren't lying about the clarity. But what of security? If I were to be stopped on the road, what guarantee have I that it wouldn't be seized as property of the Republic?
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying from us. You're buying from them.
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh?
Does he sound Swedish?
What brings you here? Why, to collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And being such good friends, we elected to increase that portion and share the benefits. And now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Waloed, we are duty-bound not to interfere, no matter where they might happen to end up next.
Did you get all that? They're in cahoots!
So it would seem.
Come
My
on.
lord, what is the meaning of this?
Double-crossing dogs. They're not here to do business. Kill them. Kill them both!
It's not over yet, Uncle. Good. I'm just getting warmed up.
Healer? Oh, I always think I have the air one.
You lose!
Oh, I can level up the skill.
Well, that wasn't too bad. How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice. Don't you?
Greybeard, you were magnificent. The battle scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
How long have you been watching?
Long enough to witness your uncle's sordid transaction. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly, buying one's way into the confidence of degenerates. Ingenious.
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the Rock taking crystals meant for the common folk and conspiring with the Royalists. Well, now it's over.
Indeed it is. The people of Dalamil had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men, let alone a foreign army. Until you two came along, that is. Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon.
The crystals do magic.
It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Clive.
So, Sid the Second is a Clive. I suppose it could have been worse. Well, Clive, you held up your end of the bargain, so I must do the same. Passage through the South Gate, was it not? To tell the truth, you've helped a little there too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of their missing comrades. And those left behind have been encouraged to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
Thank you. And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you pluck it from one of the bodies.
Oh, dear. Was I really so obvious?
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Greybeard.
Double the...
I care so much about his name.
Here, wear this. Any friend of mine who sees you with it shall be a friend of yours.
Thank you, Lubor.
And please, feel free to send one of my Stoluses back to your people. Tell them that Rosina Dalamil is back in bed with Sid.
Hmm.
Stelan.
Shaitan speak.
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive. So be sure not to let me down. I have a reputation to uphold.
Finally found out what the Stolos is.
Well then, I wish you a safe journey south.
Thank you.
Not at all. It was my pleasure.
Come on, Uncle. Let's go.
Stolas is those owls, I think. They're like little magic messengers.
Is it true what I'm...
My carpets have been
Yes, they're quite sought after.
Oh, there's Quest here now. There's one behind me.
Has several similar pieces in his...
I've never even forged a button.
Perhaps Forge Master Luber's having fun at my expense.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Neither would I.
Oh, wait. Are you Clive?
Sorry, my mind was elsewhere.
So
I'm Sava, Master Luber's least accomplished apprentice. Soon to be former apprentice if I don't pass this test. Maybe I'm just not the resourceful type. People are buying up weapons faster than the Briar's Kiss can forge them, and here I am, unable to make a decent bit of kitchenware. He wants me to make a carving knife, one that embodies the spirit of Dalamil. Whatever that's supposed to mean. I don't suppose you have any idea what he's on about, do you?
I'm afraid not.
Never mind. Thought I'd ask. It was that or pack my bags.
I could give you a hand if you like. I know how busy the Briar's Kiss has been, and that Lubor needs all the capable hands he can find.
I'd be a fool to refuse.
So, where do we start?
Good question. If I'm honest, I've never made any kind of knife before. And then there's this little riddle to keep in mind. The spirit of Dalamil. Nothing is ever simple with that man.
The way I see it, there's only one way we'll be solving Lubor's puzzle. We need information. The more the better.
You're right. There's no point fumbling in the dark, I suppose. Now, who to speak to first? Well, there's plenty of folk in Dalamil who use knives for a living. There's the butcher, of course, and any number of cooks. They're bound to have an opinion or two about the tools of their trade. All right. I think we have a plan. Let's get to it, shall we? I'll talk to every
Must be
cook
weapon
I
upgrade
can
from this.
find. You speak to the butcher, and anyone else you can think of.
All right. Good luck.
Let's hope that someone says something useful.
Trust Lubor to take a simple test and turn it into a riddle. I better get to it.
The most fragrant herbs and spices from the
Welcome, sir. What can I do you for?
A question, if you don't mind. I need to know what makes a good carving knife.
You a blacksmith or something?
Something, I suppose.
Fair enough. Knives, is it? First and foremost, it's got to hold an edge. Most knives will make it through fat, no problem, but sinew dulls cheap steel in no time. Give me a blade which can slice through anything that crosses my chopping block, and I'm a happy woman.
So a knife that stays sharp. Makes sense.
Plates and pots! Holes and laces! Everything I've worked for. All those years of toil. Every coin I've ever earned is tied up in this place.
Are you all right?
The baths are closed. Leave me be. On second thought, perhaps you are just what I need. Might your services be for hire?
That depends on the job.
I'd have you save my business, the baths. The water's turned scalding hot and all the crystals in Dalamil wouldn't be enough to cool it. I've no doubt that my woes stem from the water's source. But I can't go and investigate for fear of my customers thinking I've abandoned the place. I'm bound to these baths in more ways than one. I beg of you. Go to Dusnoff Terraces. Tell me what you find there.
All right. I'll go and take a look.
Wonderful. It's not far. Leave the market by the south gate. The smell of sulfur will guide you the rest of the way. These baths are all that keep me from an ignoble end in a debtor's prison. My livelihood, my very life, is at stake.
silver platters. Ah, they've opened the gate.
Lubor was true to his word.
Same place? Oh, it is.
We can make our way back to the Fang now, at least.
Yeah. What is it? I'm in no mood for chatter.
Sorry. Do you mind if I ask your trade?
Hunter, why?
I have a question. Can you tell me what makes a good carving knife? I assume you use one out in the field.
Has to be able to put up with some punishment. Can't be dealing with a brittle blade, not while I'm on the hunt. If your knife snaps every time you use it, you'll be spending coin as fast as you make it. Times are hard enough as it is.
Thank you. I won't keep you any longer.
All business, eh? Man after my own heart.
Oh.
So, a carving knife should be hard-wearing and hold an edge.
Guess I'll do this
Hardly a
fast.
revelation. Let's hope Sava had better luck than I did.
Ah, I'm not too late.
What is it, Lubor?
A question that I neglected to ask earlier. Where is it that you're bound?
To Drake's Fang. To finish Hugo Kupka.
Just as I thought. Then allow me to share a secret. Drake's Fang is currently riddled with royalists. Talmeki and Walud are allies, and as you have seen, their soldiers work hand in glove. But no nation has ever before allowed a foreign army to make a barracks of its holiest of holies.
Not by choice, at least.
And there's more. A man on the inside of the Fang has failed to report for several days. I fear there may be more trouble lying in wait for you on the road ahead.
Isn't there always?
If you're determined to beard the lion's den, then promise me one thing. That you will enter via the mines, where the guard is lightest. I've lost one Cid already. If I lose another, people will start to think me careless.
I don't plan on dying. Not before Kupka does, anyway.
Well, so long as you have a plan.
Drake's Fang should be just beyond these springs. Shall we press on?
This bomb's warming up the spring. Oh no, what is this? I've been cocked. What is this? I was just thinking like I'm just gonna do this real quick and move back.
Faster! Come on, girl, the gate's open now.
What the hell are those things?
You deserve a rest.
Something awful's taken up residence in the springs. You'll turn back if you know what's good for you.
By the flames. That explains the heat.
Bath bomb. Oh my god, they fucking knew what they were doing. His name. That skill kind of blows outside of boss fights.
Out of a frying pan.
Old Faithful.
Soil and stone!
Oh, too short. Whee! Oh, I got cast.
Let's cool things down a bit. Let's hope it's enough to keep the baths from boiling.
Thank you so much, Docs, for the 16. Dario Andrik, thank you for the 3 months.
This is no good.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
So, how'd it go? You learn anything useful, or should I be looking for a new trade?
Only that a blade should be durable and stay sharp. But I don't see how that relates to the spirit of Dalamil.
I didn't have much luck either. All the cook said was that he needs his knives to be light. Too heavy and they do his shoulder in.
So we're no better off than when we started. Perhaps Lubor didn't mean anything with his Dalamil remark. But that can't be right. I've bandied enough words with the man to know that he chooses them carefully. No. We must be missing something. Something right in front of our noses, most likely.
No doubt you're right, but I have to make a start soon. I can't put off making this knife forever.
Agreed. Lubor wouldn't like that much.
Right. I've been trained to work iron. The cheap stuff, mind. But it's hardy enough if you don't hammer it too thin, and it sharpens up nicely with a bit of effort. Trouble is, it's either durable or it's light. Meaning someone is gonna be disappointed. Forge Master Lubor, probably.
Is there no one else you can turn to? Someone who knows their metals, perhaps?
The other apprentice is no better than to help me with my test. But maybe there is someone I could turn to.
Isn't he just cheating on his tests?
A favourite of Forge Master Lubor's, who sells metals to tradesmen passing through the Valcroy. I bet she'd know a thing or two.
In the middle of the desert.
My
Fuck.
carpets have
Take a sniff, good sir.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
Plates and pots!
There he is.
Pots and basins!
I was hoping we'd be seeing you again. The baths grow more bearable by the moment. It won't be long now before we are back to business as usual.
I'm glad to hear it.
Now, tell me this. What did you find at the terraces? What threatened to make me a pauper?
Not what I expected, that's for certain.
You tell a fine story. That's not to say I don't believe you, though. Creatures made of flame, eh? That's something new to worry about. But I've burdened you with my worries enough already. Here, a small something by way of thanks. Right. It's high time I got back to work. With a little luck, the day might yet be salvaged.
Oh hey, I need this for the belt crafting. I care about cooldowns. I think they're also short cooldown as long as it's not the ulti.
It would make.
I'm cycling through my things fast enough.
Let's go.
Faster!
Thanks, girl. Any luck? Or will you be needing help with your bags?
Well, I asked her, but... you tell him.
If you're looking to make a knife that will impress a master like Lubor, there are options. They're just not that viable. Featherlight adamantite knives will get passed from generation to generation, never needing so much as a lick of the whetstone. But adamantite ore is unique to ash, so it doesn't come cheap.
And it's beyond my skill to handle.
Unique to ash. Are there any materials unique to Dalamil?
The game's giving this up.
Something which could be mixed with iron to refine it. Make it lighter.
What are you getting at?
You said that Lubor trained you to work iron. Then that's what he'll expect you to use. But he would have known that it would either be too heavy or too brittle for a carving knife. Perhaps his Dalamil remark wasn't a riddle, but a hint.
If it's cheap metal you're using, then there's always limestone, I suppose. Folk first settled Dalamil to get at her mineral deposits. And, if you know the trick, it can be melted down in the furnace to drive out impurities from low-quality iron.
Bloody hell!
Yeah.
That must be it! I don't suppose you know the trick, do you?
It's hardly my speciality, but I've been around enough blacksmiths to know how it works.
Looks like I've got some learning to do. Clive, I hate to ask after all that you've done for me, but...
The limestone? Fine. I can hardly abandon you now. Besides, I want to know if this is the answer to Lubor's little riddle.
I can't thank you enough, Clive. You'll have no trouble finding limestone over in the terraces. The place is bloody made of it.
Then I suppose I'll meet you back at the forge.
Doesn't need my help for that.
I'll see you shortly. So, do you... jump or just...
He's gonna ask me to swing his hammer next.
Yeah!
I can walk from here.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
The finest fabric!
The most fragrant herbs and
Fresh bread.
Once you go flat,
Warm from the oven. Yeah, have a taste.
once you go flat,
made from the stoutest stoneware. Hanging lanterns, keep the
Oh.
We should get going soon. Do you have water?
he couldn't do this by himself. This.
One rock looks a lot like another. But hopefully this is what Southern needs.
You're a friend of Lubor's, aren't you? Everyone's getting their crystals now, if that's what you're worried about. So, let's leave it there, shall we? No sense making a mouth.
Should cut his hands.
Wait, incense! What wax candles?
Silver platters! Needed to a
Light meat and
silken
dark.
softness.
Fresh from the... Yes, they're quite soft.
I wasn't sure how much you'd need, but I hope this is enough.
You are one of the good ones, you know that? You and that merchant both, she's got quite a gift for teaching that one. Now, time to see if limestone is the secret weapon we were hoping for. That'll do, I reckon. A knife forged from the very rocks of Dalamil. Her spirit, if you will.
It's a fine-looking blade.
Really?
I only hope Master Lubor
Looks like a caveman
agrees.
weapon.
That sounds like my cue.
Yeah, like when you play an open
Just
world
as
game, it's
well.
like the first tier you get,
getting
where you
tired
get like a
of
branch
waiting.
and a stone.
I'm sorry, Forge Master Lubor.
Let's take a look then, shall we? First things first, Sava, do you think this is a carving knife worthy of the fine people of Dalamil?
I'd like to think so. But what do you think?
What do I think indeed? It's sharp-ish, but it won't last long with hard use. And it's heavy, heavier than it should be. You might not think it just to hold it for a moment, but sell that to a cook and you'll never hear the end of it. It looks like someone paid a visit to the terraces. The limestone was a step in the right direction, granted, but one that still leaves you short of the mark.
And I was so certain I had it all worked out.
I don't know who you found to teach you that little trick, but it certainly shows initiative. Next question. How much do you think I would charge if I'd made this?
Well, if it took you even a fraction of the time it took me, I would say you could demand a heavy purse.
And who would be able to pay that? The butcher? The hunter? The cooks over at the inn? Dalamil is home to humble traders, not wealthy lords and ladies. Rule number 1 in any business, Sava, know your customers.
Yes, Forge Master.
This is just about passable, but only just. I'd say you're worth keeping around a little longer. Starting tomorrow, you'll have an anvil of your own.
I will. Thank you. I was wondering, what would you do if you were asked to
Cheating
forge a
again?
carving knife?
I'd do what I always do. Ask who it's for. If it was for the butcher, I'd make sure it holds an edge. For the hunter, I'd make it as tough as Titan. For the cook, light as a feather. And for the nobleman, I'd make it cost an absolute fortune.
There goes a master, all right.
It looks like congratulations are in order.
I couldn't have done it without you. So much for the Forge Master's riddle, though, eh? The spirit of Dalamil had nothing to do with limestone or anything much at all. Meaning, I had you run around for no good reason.
You've passed your test. That's all that matters. You'll have a forge of your own in no time.
And when I do, I'll craft you the finest carving knife you have ever seen.
One goblin coin.
it. Have bright.
See, that's all I think.
Good sir. The juiciest meat from Greens.
Plates and pots! Finally, we'll be able to get things
We should get going.
One
soon.
goblin coin is 600 gil, I think, so 3 potions.
Come on.
He did promise me a knife though, so maybe at some point he's gonna give me an upgraded weapon. Surely.
There it is. Drake's Fang.
Kupka will be hiding inside.
Along with goodness knows how many guards, all on highest alert. You'll need to keep your wits about you if you're to reach him. So be careful.
I will, Uncle.
Before you go, Clive, allow me to apologize.
Death flag.
After what befell at Phoenix Gate and the crisis that followed in its wake, I fled. I retreated to my counting house and danced attendance upon the vicereine in the hope it would bring me favor. I betrayed my nation to save my skin, like the coward I am. And I'm sorry.
Uncle, please.
It's not too late, Clive. Rosaria is yours by right, and there are those that would help you to take it back. Had I the courage of my brother, I might already have done so. But that ship has sailed. You, however...
No. Forgive me, but I cannot. I fight to build a new world now. A better world. Where men can live and die on their own terms. I was raised in a nation that strove to improve the plight of bearers. Only later did I realize that spark of freedom did not arise by chance, but was kindled by my father. You would see me follow in his footsteps. And that is exactly what I mean to do. Not by ruling Rosaria, but by extending his ideals to the whole of the twins. Though every soul in the realm may judge my actions heresy, I am certain my cause is just.
You really are just like him, you know? Thank you, Clive, for coming back to me. I am proud to call you nephew. Well then, this is where we must part ways. Wish me luck in convincing my Canvarian friend to share his considerable talents. I mean to plunder his coffers and prove myself worthy of a place in your merry band. Till then, my boy.
Till then, go safely, Uncle.
And you, nephew. We have much to catch up on, you and I. I shall expect you to regale me with the tales of all your adventures when next we meet. You can regale me too, Torgal.
He's so dead. What the fuck?
I'm coming for you, Kupka.
Thank you, Karma is due for the 5 months. Kripka is not the fire dome, he's the earth one. He's the big guy. The well-built man. His place looks sick. His hands again! Never mind. Look at this loser. No hands!
Fuck! Why do they still
Yeah, why? Why do my open wounds hurt when I smash them?
Got a rat done to me. Out of my sight, witch!
The fuck?
I'll kill you, Rosfield! I'll rip out your heart! I'll tear you limb from limb!
Peace, Hugo. The table
Lord
shan't
Command of the
hurt
Royal
you any
Knights.
longer.
He sought to humiliate me. Me! If you hadn't interfered, he would be dead!
You truly believe you would have triumphed had the battle continued?
Titan would have ground him into dust!
And how would he have done that without his head?
Shut up!
You weren't strong enough, and you call yourself a dominant. Or rather, you did.
You mock me, Harbert.
Do you see, Hugo? You are weak.
Fuck, I'm weak!
But so long as that fire burns within you, there is still hope. There may yet be a way for you to take your revenge.
Tell me, what must I do? Please, I'll do anything. Just tell me.
The heart.
What of it?
A Mother Crystal's heart is the most concentrated source of ether in all creation. Perhaps you could take advantage of that. Of course, the crystal would not yield her blessing to any ordinary man. But then, you are no ordinary man, are you, Hugo? Clive Rosfield stole your power, but others have suffered a similar fate, and still managed to find the strength to conjure their icon. Like Benedicta Harmon. She too drank of the ether and gained a power beyond human understanding.
She did. Benedicta. Benedict. I'll do it. My love. I'll avenge you.
Run along now, Hugo. You need only follow the light. Muthos is here.
What the fuck?
Very well, it shall be so. You may leave everything to me, Your Majesty.
I don't think he's Ultima. I think he's henchman. Oh, thank you, Silverfish, for the sub. Like, Mama must be a puppet of whatever moon aliens they are. And now there's that guy too. What the fuck? The royalists are dead. What the fuck are these guys? Cannibals?
Orcs.
Orcs.
Did the royalists bring them from Ash?
Bruh. Into the darkness.
Are the beastmen part of the Waluda army now? How the hell did that
Rats! Why is he crouching like we're gonna stealth?
They spotted us.
They just straight up called father. Oh, new music. You out level mobs so much in this game without even trying.
Taken over the entire mine. So much for the men of the rock. Dalmekia's finest.
They have been worse in previous games, yeah. I mean, like, all fantasy monsters are pretty much in this. Mesmerizer. Well, guess we'll never find out what he does. Check over there first. Oh, Ultima weapon. 1v1.
Go, Torgal! Torgal, kill!
Zero DPS, dog. Oh. Bonus damage? 9% more damage on lightning rods? Nothing to replace though.
Won't be going any further this way. Stairs. This must be the way out.
That's a big guy!
I won't be sneaking past this one. How did it get in here?
CBT! I press R1. Is it avoid too?
Nice try.
Level up! Check this side first. Maybe he'll loot around corners. Maybe secret waste of time. Thank you, Master E, for the 20 months. Aww.
By the flames. Come on, Torgal.
Potion,
Kuka never did
high
do
potion.
things by halves. As if taking the mother crystal to his own wasn't enough.
Not?
He had to build his
That
castle.
was a high potion. Potion.
Let the trial begin.
Dorgo is a frost hound. Apparently they grow pair in pair with Shiva whenever she resurrects or gets born. What the fuck is this? It's fucking Chad.
With me, Tom.
Hey, it's the golem. Favor of lightning. Titan is so good, yeah.
Seems we're expected.
So this is the power of Muthos.
I really feel like Titan is made for my playstyle too. I just love the punishes on it. And I still want to learn the regular parries too, but they're so hard to pull off, and the reward isn't proportionate to how difficult it is.
Did the orcs do this too?
Potion. High potion.
Stay down! Titan!
Oh shit. Steel silk?
Arise!
What the hell is going on? Are these things here for me? Or for him?
Wow. 8 potions. Some opponents use the bravery invigorate. Oh, yeah, whatever. Who is it? This one? Not sure if I got him. Oh, I see. They give them hyper armor.
To me, Fleck!
Maybe a bit overkill.
First orcs, now these nightmares. Is this your doing, Ultima? No
A lich.
mistakes.
Well then. Huh? Oh. The board has disappeared, so I thought a cutscene was playing. It's not even this way.
been busy, Kupka. But where did you go?
I want to bet like that.
The heart. He's in the sanctuary. I can feel it. Come on, Torgal.
Come on.
Just what I needed.
He dodged it. Sick.
Titan!
That had better be the last of them.
Benedicta, my everything. I've missed you so much. Kuka!
Kuka! What the fuck?
I swear to you, my love. We will never be parted again.
What's wrong with him?
You got away from her! Benedicta! I'll kill you, Roswell!
Warping time.
Oh shit, he's priming.
I guess the crystal's just overall bad, huh?
Not now.
It's aliens. I'm starving our planet of the life force or something. Yeah, moon people again. Wanderer? Or Joshua? Oh shit. He's gonna be huge, right? Oh shit! No arms, or hands rather. Never mind. Come on! abilities for the summon. But he didn't get his powers back. There's like a third party who can just kind of awaken icons at will. Kind of what happened. What the fuck? Yeah, kind of what happened to Benedicta. Brimstone from Titan. R1 plus square. Hold longer to increase size. Press X to cancel turn without triggering the explosion. I'm invulnerable to damage watching Brimstone suffering an attack or over into an explosion.
Let's give this a try. Not bad.
Oh, I see. Charge like that the whole time instead of turning to stone. Just eat the crystals. Okay, maybe don't eat the crystals. How convenient. What are you supposed to do with this? Jump? Okay. It is jump, I think. nothing.
I've got you now.
I dodged through it. Phased him, I think. Yeah, pretty sure I did. Man, the beginning of the music sounds so sick, and then it just doesn't after. Missed. I like how I'm fighting a little mountain. What the fuck is this? maybe special. Slapped me. No fucking way, dude. Two times, man. 2 times the worms. What the fuck? I'm moving. Oh shit, I'm aiming. Game's over, boys. Back it up. Holy shit. Oh, that's such a cool visual. Hey, hold up. hard to see the animations. I love these over-the-top anime fights. Isn't it just Attack on Titan? Where was that sword the whole time? Oh. Drawback of using the power? Or what? No. Something else. The Wanderer.
Is that you, Ultima? What do you want?
Your soul is tainted with
there was Ultima the whole time.
will, yet your thirst for power remains undiminished. With every sip you take, you grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will accept us, Mythos. It is inevitable. You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Never!
Fight it, Clive! Don't let him in!
Consciousness. We see now. Human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness. We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel. It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The time to build a new world is not yet upon us. We will contemplate.
Thank you, Joshua.
Where were you, dog?
One can no more command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the sea. I had thought Hugo wiser than this, but it seems his head was full of rocks.
Who's he even talking to?
Titan was strong.
Shit, there is someone.
Your Majesty.
But Mythos is stronger. For 5 years, that man lived only for revenge. Clinging fast to a fiction, even as it swept him into the abyss.
Dude, the Odin fight must be so sick. I can't wait.
One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Hugo Kupka, the man who gave his life for a woman's head. A fool like all the rest.
This game is huge. It feels like I'm playing 3 games in one.
the death of a mother crystal should be so beautiful.
Too used to modern games being 8 hours long.
Some medicine, my lord? I have salves, potions, anything you need.
Curative, calmative, restoratives.
Or you'll feel the back of my hand.
You must consider your health, my prince. If a show of force is needed to keep the Dalmex at bay, you may trust in your dragoons. I beg you to call on Bahamut only as a last resort. His strength comes at too great a cost.
The Empire agreed to an armistice with the Republic, and yet the Emperor still plots its ruin. For now, the Dalmex suspect nothing, and as long as I can hold their gaze, war need not be inevitable. But more than that, Bahamut is the champion of the Empire. When our people look to the heavens, the sight of him gives them hope. Forgive me, Terence. Would that you were my master. But alas.
I will always be your loyal servant.
Should the Council's brazen maneuvering prompt the Republic to tear up their own treaty and launch a new assault, our soldiers would advance to meet them, cutting across the Central Isles, but not in time to prevent their forces from breaching the southern defenses and storming Twinside. And so the capital would become a battlefield. Thousands of innocents would die. I cannot allow that to happen.
There is one small mercy, at least. You will not be forced to do battle with Titan.
Would that I could avoid doing battle at all.
That flower again.
1,000 pardons, Your Highness.
What is it?
Olivier has been made Emperor.
I thought he was first in line.
What is the meaning of this? My father's orders. What were they? Quickly!
Yes, Your Highness. His Radiance requests that Your Highness maintain position here and...
Ah! Terence.
Yes, my prince.
I must go to the palace.
I'll ready your steed.
What is it now?
Oh, I thought
Forgive the
Hashashins.
intrusion, Your Highness.
I know you.
At ease.
We stand in the presence of the Phoenix. You wouldn't want to get your fingers burned.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. Though I admit, I did not expect such a distinguished guest.
How many years has it been since the remembrance ceremony? 20?
I thought you long dead. Do I address a ghost?
Many have told me that I look like one. But no. I'm alive. Just. Prince Dion of the House Lesage, I have a tale to tell you.
Where's the tail? What the fuck?
I'd better give Otto the good news.
Thank you, Maisie, for the 8 months. Terravolt, thank you the 2 months. Libesov, thank you the 54. Savage Andy, thank you the 40. Tekison, thank you the Prime Cap. Jelly, thank you the 21. I'm gonna take a leak real quick. Right back. I'm back. I'm back. It's very rare to describe games as epic. But I think this game really fits the bill. Well, the main story quest at least. Yeah, games like this are really rare. I think it's like Metal Gear Rising, and then you have like God of War, the 2 games, and then this. Like, well, what else, man? Nothing else comes as close to this. Oh, new hunts! 5 of them. Aha, Shashin! Bees! One at a time. Velco Desert del Mekia. Okay, let's go. Can I even go? Oh, I can. It was blocked out earlier. Oh, dude, it's the entire desert? I like I described the game earlier. I think this game is made by somebody who wanted to play this game himself. Like, he just kind of went like, hey, I want this and that. And then he tested himself and he liked it. Okay, it's the whole fucking desert, by the way. And it's just so different from, like, some of these AAA titles that have, like a list of checkmarks they have to go through to please their investors, you know? It's like, what's popular right now? Open world survival crafting. Make sure we have this and that. Nah, none of that shit. This game is really made by a team of people who had a goal in mind. And everything else came second. Like the side quests. Oh,
no need to ride from
I
here.
kicked off my chocobo here. Check the upgraded Ifrit skills. You think there's more? From that previous upgrades. When you got the fisting. No, there's nothing. Cinematic upgrades, nothing else. I'm saving for that. This game is so long too. Like normally you look at 80 euros for a game, it seems so expensive. But if you compare it to other games, 80 euros seems cheap almost. This game should have been like 300 plus split into 3 different games. And if you're looking at other companies, they might as well done it. You would have cut like 80% of the content in DLCs or whatever. No, for sure. This is a passion product. And it's way too cheap for what it offers. Not sure if it's better than mine. Oh, it is. No, it's not. I don't think you can compare it to old Final Fantasy games. Because production values are different. Like, if you compare how much effort went into this compared to 7. Just like voice acting, the graphics, like everything. How the fuck they selling this for 80 euros, you know? It seems impossible to me. This reminds me of From Software, where they sell their games too cheap. But only when you compare it to other games. For them it's the standard, for others the bar is quite low.
Faster!
Goblin Mugga? Muggy's making nuts in your mouth. Yeah, losers. The combat is insane, dude. I thought the cinematic combat peaked at God of War. And now this kind of combat makes God of War look like a fucking 6 or a 7. It's not entirely fair though, because this game did come out a couple years later from the first God of War. And I think it's almost like a full year from the other God of War, Ragnarok. Oh. Did I find the wrong one?
Thanks, girl.
No, it's just a random salamander. Oh. Yeah, this must be like post-game challenges. It's like the third one I found so far that doesn't activate.
Ready, go?
It's so rare too for AAA titles to innovate. You think Final Fantasy 16 is just like 16 times the same game, you know? Like you look at fucking Madden or something, and it's the same game with just like the next year title being released. Somehow these guys are innovating. Like what the fuck? Instead of cashing in easily on another turn-based game. Yeah, Final Fantasy has been trying to innovate at least for a long time. Between I'd say like 11 to now. Well, it wasn't here. It's always been a thing? No, not really. If you look at Final Fantasy 1 to 10, they're, you know,
back to the stables.
They're not really new things. It's just somewhat better of the old ones. But then at some point, like the whole company just went tits up and they just try new things every game. And you look at Final Fantasy 12, it's like, what the fuck is that? I really like it, but it just kind of came out of nowhere from how it plays. Yeah, 1 was new, but between 1 and 10, there's like fucking 15 years or something. Six to 10 is super different? I don't think so. I think at its core, they are turn-based games where you gather up loot, gear up your dudes. You cash your fire on weak to fire mobs, and you heal up when you take damage. They all play somewhat the same, since they are turn-based JRPGs at heart. But when you look at like 12, like you have a gambit system, suddenly you're like not micromanaging anymore. You're doing like these automated moves. It's very different. Like the core of the game changed. The gambit system wasn't that hard. It's not for smart people. It was just nice. It was like proto auto battler games. It was so nice to play. Oh, I think I found something. Was it the guy I was looking for? I'm not even sure. But I found one of them. Oh, that's a weird looking dog.
Well, Clive, looks like you're gonna need an even bigger sword.
Fucking Blastoise. What am I aiming at? Is this? I was even targeted on him.
Soil and stone.
Oh, too early.
Nice try.
Jesus. Punchy shit. Ooh, 1100 XP, 10k money.
It should have stayed at its shell.
Yeah, should have. 10 gil reward in the back? I was thinking about this treasure the whole fight. So what could an adamant toys be guarding here in the back? It was 10 gil.
Good girl.
Okay, where next? Guess I'll just scour all the outskirts. Why not? He was saving money to buy a new shell. Is there a Kek Tower in the map? No Kek Tower yet, but they were referenced as a... I think it was as a erectile dysfunction treatment. There's like one Kek Tower needle and we're gonna get your little sparrow up. Not sure sparrow meant Pepe, but sure felt like it. I dog block projectile, what the fuck? So range dependent, these mobs, compared to the other ones. Look at that shit. Give him a normal parry? No, not really. But the normal parry is hard to pull off. The other parries are easy because you just parry when the damage number is supposed to come up. That's when you parry. The regular parry is like, you need to know the exact timing and it's always arbitrary on whatever attack comes out. I'm still gonna do normal parries though, because they're fun to do. The title ones are so easy. You simply block the damage window and that's it. so straightforward too. You know, and normal parry is like, oh, maybe at the height of his attack, maybe when he swings forward, maybe this, maybe that. It's so fucking random. Never know when to parry. I think that was the only mob here. I should have checked the other ones, see if there's more in the desert. But I guess I was gonna explore here anyway, so no matter. I'll do to check everything.
All right.
Oh, I think that's all. Game is very easy overall, yeah. That's my one complaint. I wish you could start on hard modes. I think enemies should be doing like 5x damage or something compared to what they're doing now. I'm getting hit for 80 damage here when I have like 3k HP or something. It's nothing to do with me being good. There's no way. Game is simply easy. The numbers are low for mobs and very high for players. It's all Dhalmekia. Empty hovel. Cattery. The jaw. And this one has nothing. Urgent notice to all Crispberg is the discovery of fallen giant in the Rosarian ruins. We're investigating all the work and blah, blah, blah. In the Rosarian ruins. Huh. I don't remember the Rosarian ruins. Anyway, empty hovel, cattery, and jaw. I remember seeing the jaw at least. I think it was here, yeah. Phoenix Gate maybe, yeah. So there's one here. And... oh, maybe the other ones were down there somewhere. I think I need to explore it first before I see it. Wouldn't be here, I think. I think that's it. Right there. No? Ah. 3 sharp fangs.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Maybe in the passage? Nah, it wouldn't be, right? This is the jaw here. Oh, that's him! It was a man, I remember, it's like a ninja. How do I get off?
You deserve a rest.
Looks like a JoJo villain. A rank.
My blade yet hungers, and so do I. flesh. Your feasting days are over. Let's try.
Jesus, what is that attack? That was new. Oh, that was too early? Or too late, I'm not sure. Hard to parry. That was too early again. Or too late, I'm not sure. No, it must be too early.
Well done, Tom.
What? You went for the dog. Oh god, the way he spins on that. Too early. Oh shit. I think I can't hit him when he's doing the spin. $5k XP. Okay.
Those who kill for sport deserve no better.
Ah, yes. Fuck people killing for sport. My goodness.
The finest fabric. Take a sniff, good sir. Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
Oh, where did all the men go?
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
Are you looking for something in particular? An excellent choice. Here you are.
Like, the other place was called the Cattery or something.
Ready, go?
Thank you, Jigsaw, for the prime. Valen, thank you with 24. Ice Wolf, thank you with the 3. Vash Stampede, thank you with 29. And Joey's, thank you with the 5, dudes. The thing I'm worried about games like this is that they're too expensive. And they'll look at it and be like, we can't do this again, you know? If it doesn't make enough money back. And Joe's still alive. I mean, PS5 exclusivity does not mean they don't make money. I don't think you know better than them in this regard. They have like a whole team of marketers who calculate this shit, whether it's worth it or not. What was that?
Enough of you are there.
Enough. Stay down.
Bunch of brigands.
Come on.
Oh, it's all blocked off. And there's no Cattery here. Wasn't there one in Fuse of Kurova too though? Fuck. I don't remember it properly. No, no Cattery. Ah, the zoom in doesn't show anything. Oh wait, actually there's... I thought it already showed me everything. No, it's not here anyway. Oh, this is the Cattery. Okay. Oh, you had to zoom a lot for this one.
Walk from here.
I am glad this place. Better be treasure. Ultima weapon. Close.
Ready, go? Yeah.
Where was it? There.
All
right.
Seven had that Ultima weapon. It was based on HP or something, I think. Like the more HP you had, the more damage it dealt. That's the weird one. Was that 6? I don't fucking know. It's been too long.
You deserve a rest.
It's red. XC only?
Playtime for the pack, is it? Let me introduce you to mine. And then there was one.
What the fuck? The game just 180'd me.
Silent stone! Nice try.
Oh my god, there's a fucking CPT on this shit. Oh my god. Oh god, that hit so early. It's so hard to parry. Or regular attacks anyway. Think, Mark. The other guy gave 5k XP. This one gave 500. Reference? What's the reference from? Think, Mark? Omni-Man. Ah, they watched that. And right past me.
What became of Cook Care?
Empty hovel. I saw that one somewhere. Where did I see it? Oh, there. Fuck, it was right there, man.
The most fragrant herbs and fresh bread, warm from the oven.
Oh, where did all the men of rock go?
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
No, I'm telling you, it's gone.
Come on. Yeah.
It's not the break of the world yet. One more first. It's a bunch of bees, I think. I have to kill this because I fucking hate bees. Thank you, Sky Rainy, for the 15 months.
Don't get surrounded.
Console games usually don't crash. Apparently it's much easier to make games for a single set of hardware than you know, the billion mix and match on PC. So console games are much less prone to crashing. What's it called? Empty hovel? Now I'm doubting. No bees here. Ah shit, I should have checked the quest description. What the fuck? I'm fighting that.
Waken wind! Slow. To me, flames!
shit.
Nice try.
I love that one. Incredibly satisfying to use. Okay, where them bees at? Maybe it has to be like a proper area and not like a place of interest, whatever this is. You see it? I didn't see no bees. Oh, these guys. Oh my god. Empty hovel. My fucking dick empty hovel. Fuck you, bees. Soul singers?
They don't look happy.
Ah, this targeting when they're so far away. What the fuck? Oh, the medium-sized mobs. What the fuck is happening? Oh, this fight was not designed for this camera. Okay, I do not win that charge. Fight fucking sucks. Oh. Oh. Where am I, Pepe?
It's over.
Check for items real quick. Legendary Ultima Sword. Or 10 gil. 10 gil. Feels good, man. Okay. Rosaria's ruins with no other hints. I'm guessing it's Phoenix Gate, but I don't remember where that was. I think it was up here. No. What other ruins are there? That place is not a ruin. That's not a ruin. Those are not ruins. Maybe in here? I don't know. Guess I'll just ride around here. I think the Phoenix Gate area is even... It's kind of like cut off. So I think Phoenix Gate is past that part.
Yeah.
But you can't go there, so... I wonder if we can go in here now. Nope.
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia.
What's that sound? Oh, these are ruins too now, because all the people died here.
Damn bandits. You regret coming here.
No. Not here either. Okay. Ah, shit. Am I searching the whole place? It sounds like shit. It's not the Abbey. It's not the bridge. It's not the dock. It's not the Rose Gate. No ruins here as far as I can remember. That's still a town? I don't remember what this part is. That's the pier where I got my chocobo. Rosarian Aqueduct. Maybe Whispering Waters? It's not quite a ruin though. Oh. Well, I guess I'm checking everything. Starting with this. You can't go to the Phoenix Gate. It's just kind of blocked off. Never read quest descriptions. I mean, I checked it. It simply said there was a giant somewhere in ruins.
Come on.
Oh, that's where the old man was. There's no ruins. Yeah, it was Fallen Ruins, exactly, but I don't remember any Fallen Ruins. Also, what the fuck is a Fallen Ruin anyway? Maybe something that dropped from the sky? Be something like that. Can't be that many of those. I just checked the door and the locked door, the Phoenix Straw thingy. Doesn't open still. I'm guessing I'm either missing an element or something, or just straight up like a story locked thing.
Back to the stables, Carl.
Let's see. This one is nicely in the center, and it's a nice high ground too. If I can ever see from anywhere. Oh, there's something there. I think it would be kind of like boss arena here anyway. So I'm guessing the Whispering Waters. I think these are the Fallen Ruins, like these things. But nothing here. Hmm.
This might take a while.
I can't see anything in this place. Of course, the one time I have to explore it as a mist, huh? Nope. Wasn't here. Oops. I'm checking the quest again.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
Fallen giant in the Rosarian ruins. We have been lately investigating. All work in the regions will be haunted with immediate effect. All members of the village gates. It just says Rosarian ruins and that's it. There's a lot of villages, man. The village is not a clue. Okay, well, it's just ruins. I think we're just sweeping the whole place. And there's no other way around it. Is there ruins in the dim? Was there? Where's the dim even? I thought it was here, but no. Maybe there's a place that's called Rosario in Ruins or something. I think the right of Casita? I don't even know where Casita is. I only got one fight here, so I don't think they would put two fights in one spot. Like here, maybe? Hmm. What's the fastest way there? Ah! Okay. Let's try it.
Let's go.
S-rank monster, huh? Sounds fun. Maybe death. A fun death.
That'll do, girl.
I haven't saved, dude. I hope this game auto saves because look at my last save time. Level 23. 2 days in between. Oh, isn't this the very beginning of the game? The tutorial area. Empty. No, wait, not empty. Holy shit! Iron Giant. A White Knight. Atlas. Level 45.
Well, it seems this one has a little more life left in it. All right, then.
He looks sick.
Nice try.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god, there's another sword slash. Fucking shoulder bash. Oh my god, in the fucking animation. Hard to see. Oh shit, too early. Oh, the dog blocked it!
It's over.
Feels good, man. That was a nice fight. Two level ups. Fallen Iron. Oi, Kalikum.
Back to sleep with you.
Game needs more fights like this. It really does. It's kinda risky. I was going for that normal parry when I had 0 heals left and 1k HP. I was like, yeah. Do you really want to fight a boss and not parry him once, you know? I had to. I had to try. That was S rank. Thank you, Clown Paradox, for the 4 months. Let's double check the board and check the blacksmith. Maybe I can make something nice out of this.
Why haven't we heard anything?
Clive. So, will it be?
Oh, nothing to make of it? Well, nothing yet. I can make this. Small upgrades. But it's like, you know, what am I saving mats and money for?
Last you a good while.
Might as well.
Anything else?
Hey, don't tell me the purple upgrades are at the bottom. No way, right?
Yeah. So, will it be?
No, oh my god, thank fuck.
That it? Fine.
They explain why Torgo has powers. Apparently, whenever Shiva is born, a hound of similar power accompanies Shiva. And that's Torgo. He's not our dog. It's Jill's.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border.
No surprises there.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back, son. Here you are. Come again. I may have more for you.
How are you doing? Anything catch your eye?
All quest done.
Seen enough?
Main story. Let go.
Clive, you're back.
I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more.
Well, I'll be. All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's Fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto. Any word on the Royalist movements since I've been away?
Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian.
Thank you. I will.
the conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
I may have picked up one or two.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident physiker suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waludas must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map? The Kingdom of Waloed claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Waloed shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Waloed? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot? In summary, I know not to what end the Royalist betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the Royalists' movements.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw, especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
One at a time?
Ah, Clive. Have you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
Oh my. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying. He is.
Fucking shit, kids. Cut their hands now.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right. Brilliant.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait to share the good news.
Hippocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me. I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him. With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
A bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
It's pretty cool as a proper mystery too, who the villain is in this.
Thanks to Sid.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing, then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is dead.
No more looking over our shoulders, then. Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head, though.
I don't think it was Clive that bought the head, nor Sid. I think the general consensus is that the queen said, the mother sent it.
And what
She cut up the
can I
body,
do for
sent the
you?
head to Kupka to instigate. But I suppose we'll find out eventually. Also, there's like a random weapon upgrade here. It's less stagger, more damage.
You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me
Goodbye,
blind,
money.
You know.
Oh shit, it's a katana or something. Or a saber. Not sure. Wait, put it in light. I love the weapon design in this.
Blackthorn. Do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
What is it?
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Kupka is dead.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear those words. This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
I'll try to live up to the name. Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
Clive, what's saying for you, dear?
Oh. It can be upgraded. He fucking crafts the +1 version right off the bat, motherfucker. I guess it uses the same mats anyway, though. Actually, it doesn't matter at all. What's even the point of buying what's the point of the shop for weapons? If he just makes them anyway.
Yeah, that should do you. My best work, but it'll do.
A diamant. Can't even make them. White worm bone. Still missing.
Anything else?
Use the same amount of mats, yeah. Seems like it's just better to not buy them because you just save money, but the money is so cheap anyway. Like the swords are so cheap anyway. I'm buying songs that I barely use for 40k, and the weapons are like 2k each. Speaking of the new song, I finished Vinland Saga.
Thank you.
It was great.
Clive.
Lots of people said it was boring and slow. I kind of liked it. I liked that it was slow. I guess people didn't like it because Thorfinn wasn't really the main character of the season. I thought it was super good. Loved it.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
You barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something?
Just spreading the word.
So, the Professor's got a soft side, has she? I'd never have guessed.
No. She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news.
Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing. Not least of all Sid. You should tell him.
You're right. I should. And I will.
Well, when you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tongs down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave.
Very well. I'll suggest it.
Oh, wait, what? New quest?
Clive, here you go.
There is 2. Oh, it just teleports you right to the quest. How convenient. No, it does not. Just the
Good day
area.
to you.
The crystals we get from the table. What can I interest you in today?
Platinum cannons? What kind of van braces are these? The wages of Warcraft? 20% more AP. I'll take this. Why not?
I hope it's to your liking.
Why, it equipped it instantly? Oh my god.
Always well.
What the fuck did it replace? How does it not ask me what to replace first? My defense thingy is gone. Ah, who needs defense? Just don't get hit. Nothing from the monsters I've slain, no. Nothing yet.
Ah,
Clive. Your timing is exquisite, as always. I have a concern which you may be able to assist me with.
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village. Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises. My people fear that they are being watched. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or it may be the prelude to something altogether more dangerous. Given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Of course.
Excellent. You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing. Listen to their tales, and make what you will of them.
All right. I will.
This guy looks like he owns a pig farm.
Right. Let's see what the people of the village have to say. I'd better find out if this is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
Are you even listening?
Word is the Black Shields took a hiding. Hands us up.
Excuse me. Quentin mentioned strange figures having been sighted near the village. Have you seen anything?
Nah, not me, Gov. I heard the rumours, though.
Gov?
I'm here most days, right next to the gate, and I ain't seen nothing out of the ordinary. Don't worry. Any shady characters try and slip into town this way, and I'll soon come running. And shouting, most likely.
All right. Thank you.
I get them over the two. We're in Dota. No Dota today, dude, or in the next week or so. It's all Final Fantasy. I played so much Dota in the last few months. This is it's a nice break off it.
Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious figures in the woods. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
I think I'll play New Game Plus, yeah.
But I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal, like someone sharpening a sword.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Pass. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it, screeching out from between the trees. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me, and I ain't been back since.
I see. I'll look into it. Thank you. Seems Lorbert's Pass is our best bet then. What do you say, Torgal? Shall we go and investigate?
Play the game PC? Maybe, huh? Doesn't sound too bad. With all graphic settings unlocked. Maybe playing like 90 to 120 FPS or so. A 4K monitor. Motion blur off. Sounds pretty good. I'm a really big fan of the Final Fantasy series in general. Like I play everything of it.
You there?
Fuck! He's seen us.
Fuck!
Get them before they escape.
Black Shields. Here.
Black Shields.
What are you doing here?
Hey, they're flanking AI. Look at that. Flank these nuts!
All that matters to us is that you don't leave here alive. Enough.
Hi. Right in the pepe. I have 3 ability points. Oh hey, I can get the ulti. Fuck it! Nothing to replace though. Oh, what? The master increases limb gauge when blocking an attack. I should have gone that right away. Would have been nice against the giants.
Were they planning an attack on?
What to replace though? Man, I like everything. My range parry. Well, I don't even have the mastery of the skill. I can't put it in all the slots.
Swing. I need to warn Quentin.
I really like Wind Up. It's a super good skill. The cooldown is very long too. I don't think I'm peeping this. Try it out a couple fights. I can't change Wicked Rule yet because you need to master the skill to be able to put it on all the slots. Right now it's stuck on Earth Element. Until then. I really don't like the ultis in the game. The concept of ulti should be on a different slots rather than replacing the short cooldown ones.
The crystals we get from the tail are all...
Clive, how goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass. They're gone now.
Black Shields. The Empress's former bloodhounds. Though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy both me and those I care for. And it would appear the pack has finally caught the scent of its prey. Damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. But if we are cornered, we have no choice but to bite back. And bite back we shall.
I'm sorry. You're going to need to explain. Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him dead.
Him?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand. Why him? Why Lostwing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth. I was a member of the judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world, I swore to fight it. And fight it I did in my own small way. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport. I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a facade. A means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. I filed suit against him immediately. His response, however, was rather more visceral.
Fuck.
He had my entire family slaughtered, and he faced no punishment whatsoever. I lost everything. My loved ones, my livelihood, my position. The faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the courts. So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him, and slit their throats.
It's the Punisher.
But the man himself proved an altogether more difficult target. With money and power come protection. And so I saw that I would need an army of my own.
I told you guys. He looks like a man that has a big farm.
I came here to Lostwing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And everyone here knows this is why you do what you do.
Of course. They too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunts. Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord Chief Justice. Our wounds are the same. And our cause is the same. We are comrades. And our revenge is already in motion. We know where he hides, how numerous and well-trained his guard. What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in motion too.
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless we move against him first. My friends and comrades, it begins. Make ready for war.
I'm not going to change his mind.
Fucking concurs for the 57, the Goosey thing with the free. What makes FF16 so good so far? The combat is amazing, and the main storyline is sick. Especially all the fights that come with it.
Gone, just like that. And without so much as a by your leave.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now short one pair of hands. Loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a loss. Please, will you see if you can find him?
I'll see what I can do. Do you know where he might have gone?
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang. He used to work there, you see. Poor fool left his heart in its hollow.
All right. Then that's where I'll start.
Oh, oops. I didn't prioritize it. Guess it doesn't matter anyway.
It would make a fine gift.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Oh. Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? Certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the Fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the Mother Crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin, but I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Get back to work, you slave!
Focus on the job at hand. Think about what you can do right now.
What use is proofing loaves when... Wait. Perhaps the solution
This feels like such
has been in
a
the bakery
Yakuza
all along. You've
side
opened
story.
my eyes. Thank you, friend, and fare thee well.
Wait.
Like, doesn't it like how it plays out?
Suppose you were.
The finest fabric.
The most fragrant herbs and spices.
Ah, there you are. The man who lit a fire under my wayward apprentice. Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high. He damn near ran me down trying to get to my oven.
Master, it's ready. Behold the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
I dare say it is.
Just look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself. Her steepled peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow.
Inviting hollow?
My loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her crater? Why, no Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt crystals! Master, I have
This guy
found
fucks
my
breads.
purpose. I must use my work here to preserve the memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something. Not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight. With any luck, I might even have a new delicacy on my hands. I don't know how you did it, but you have my thanks.
Like over 112? I haven't seen it yet, no. I still gotta watch Konosuba. Didn't have time. I spent my 2-3 days watching Vinland instead. Okay, main quest. Main quest.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from...
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
If I don't come up with something soon. All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now.
What?
I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
Displacement stack. Here.
Airship!
This is for...
Only the fastest, finest
No,
ship the world
regular
has
ship.
ever seen. The Enterprise. Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts mecking. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides, that stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to. The engine plating's basically just a very efficient conductor. Create a thermal gradient across it and the heat radiates outwards, which... You know what, just show the plans to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
She thinks we're stupid and don't understand. We are stupid and don't understand.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
I went up to give some greens to the chocolate.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Krieger's Teats. Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy, though. And I'll need help. Get Gabonotto in here, will you?
All right.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, has she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual saw grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Velcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand coat in the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where, and we can get this over with.
Up to you who you take to the desert. I mean, Gav's good in a fight, but he don't.
You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these two lucky souls is going
I get
with
to
you?
choose? I Gov! Governor!
Gav, you're with me.
All right, then. So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? That's down past Dalamil. I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of the stuff from Blackthorn's supplier. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting them fleece ya.
Fleece me? I'd like to see him try.
In your own time.
Ain't no fucking way I chose him to die. We're just picking up supplies. Ain't no fucking way.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Gav?
Yeah!
Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never. I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can. Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dalamil, and they seem to think it was worthless. But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of this stuff lying about, just begging to be bagged.
Then let's get bagging, shall we?
We shall. Race ya.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
Come on! No dog. Oh, here, thank fuck.
That should be enough for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
You finished? How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
Oh, you win. That might even be enough for old Blackthorn. Hey, before we go, do you mind if we have a chat? Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain. Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other. You can take a day off, you know.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you. Right. That's enough soppy shite for one day. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. After Blackthorn gets what he needs, of course.
He's so fucking dead. What is that?
Right. Ready to go home, boy? Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs. Blackthorn, got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the Stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
We should go out on maneuvers together more often. You're beat sneaking around on your tud all the time.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It will take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
Waiting for that moment where you can choose your love interest.
Mid hasn't been.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures
If I don't come up with something soon.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn's started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name? Right.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today.
Alien
and
tech.
Not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why? If sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
Please be a boss fight. I gotta fight one of those golems again. Look like a fallen ship too. Oh, it is fallen airship.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
Oh no, it's the wrong way, I think. Oh no, it's fine. I can go up from here.
If you're ready, we leave at once.
Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Surprised I picked the longer route. This is the longer route? How was there a shorter route than what I took? I don't see it.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back. Anybody home?
Woof. Ari, man!
This must be our unwanted visitor. Time to go.
looks like trash, no? It doesn't hit at point blank. Corona! Oh, oops. Shit, I don't know what I want to use.
The things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
This skill can get the fuck out. Back to fisting. I think I have everything else that I want. Oops. I haven't liked a single one of the big skills so far. Because I'm 7 for the 9 months, Arab, thank you for the 8 months. Judgment Bolt was okay.
Seeing troops amassing.
But I still think like having one of those big ults is so... Like it hinders you so much because you can't use them mid-fight. And the wind-up is too long and the damage isn't really worth the cooldown unless they're staggered. I could like use 3 or 4 of the other skills before the ulti comes up, you know?
If I don't come up with something soon.
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prism for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Harpocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him, see what he makes of it?
Right away.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
Mid hasn't been. Hippocrates, do you have a moment?
For you, Clive, always.
Well, actually, it's for Mid this time. Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine? Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelus complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragon fire.
So if we could recreate it...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection Mid requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelus might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Hippocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
I lost.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best
What are
to
these
prepare the shielding
choices?
itself.
They're making me choose again.
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom.
I'm
in
taking
your capable
Jill.
hands, Clive.
The other one probably died to some shit, right? It's gotta be. It's some precursor to a different quest where these choices matter, I'm sure.
So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
Very well. So then, what do we need to find?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
White chocobo eggs. Pepio nuts. Are you sure this list is right? Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me there when you're ready.
I will. Until then.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
Thank you, Tai, for the 20 months.
No. Where's Jill?
There's talk at the glass king. Keep them pilchers nice and chilled. I won't have...
Can never tell.
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the pepio nuts and some garlic? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we're finished.
Up! You'll not find a bruised pippin in the... Fresh cuts! Come and get them...
Fresh cunts?
Any friend of the innkeeper is a friend of mine. I trust it's all here.
What do you want? If that's what you want, go on. Take it, ain't.
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Garlic and pepio nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back, would you walk with me a while? Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember? Walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread.
That's a lot of fucking bread for 2 people.
Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh.
You all right?
Sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive, Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive.
"35 years old, kissless virgin. Just like your life."
Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will. You too.
I wonder how Harpocrates is getting on with the moon dew. How's work on the shielding progressing, Harpocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Talia how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course. Oh, and Clive, thank you. It was nice just being with you.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moon dew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me.
Testing?
Thank you, Harpocrates.
No testing. Simply go. How bad can it be?
Well, I'd better go and give Mid the good news then.
I heard what you told Nan about Kupka. Hopefully all our old friends can rest easy now.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Harpocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat. A coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Right then, better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way!
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
It's finished! It's finally finished!
Thank fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
You don't mean...
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off, my gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming. Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown. Searching for a land untouched by the Blight. Just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want her to be that. I don't want her to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans, I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Bet the ship's gonna get converted into a flying ship too after, huh? They always do.
All right, Clive. Asterix. We'd finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the Twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that? in those words?
She did, yes.
Clive? Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
Obolus, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
Why are they forcing her to face her dad's grave anyway? The fuck?
I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, and she. But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens. Got a letter for you. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post-bleeding haste. And you're here now.
Thank you, Obolus.
Don't mention it.
What tidings, Uncle?
My journey to Canva has been a resounding success. The friend I mentioned not only agreed to share the content of his strongbox with us, but his considerable knowledge of the going-ons in the Free Cities, by which I learned of the endeavors of a certain young friend of yours. Why does it read so weird? Though I, for one, believe Miss Telemon's project to be quite a valiant enterprise, I doubt the Canverian authorities will take kindly to the unauthorized use of their dockyards, no matter how deserted. And if rumor has already reached my friend, it may not be long before the guild masters are rapping at our door. Which is why I pen you this note. I would like to borrow your man, Gav, for a moon or two. They might keep a watch on those who might mean our little fellowship ill, and warn us of any impending attack. I trust that you will give us this proposal your full consideration. Your loving uncle... I've got his name. Byron. Was it Tyron?
Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
Byron or Tyron?
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Got to admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in and all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
Side quest. Thank you all for Prince for the 23. Jetski Oyak Skiver, thank you for the prime.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. That if If no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Kuka is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies. It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The Blight marches on. And soon, there will be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every Mother Crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's Tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
I thought there were two more.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go? With them? Oh, thanks, Nan!
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot! There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road.
What's with this guy?
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goots.
Okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bocklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav?
You're with me too.
Already on my way, Captain.
Be careful.
Aren't I always?
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
crack the crystal too.
Cheers for your help dragging Blackthorn out of the dumps the other day. The thing is, I reckon he's gone and put himself back in, judging by the dupe of his Jones lady. So I'm thinking maybe it weren't just for the letter was on his mind, maybe there's other demons jamming his picture in his privates. I know you're a busy bloke, but the next time you find yourself free, maybe we could go and ask the old bastard what's got him so hot and bother it. Yes.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
Something ain't right with the hound of yours. When it pleases your lordship, please put him in the hole.
What could be wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him.
I was stumbling through the hideaway ledges at Otto's behest and might have come across something that might need your attention. Maybe. By that, I mean immediately. You know where I'll be.
Trouble with the ledgers? Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
Midst dungeon?
I got your note. You think something's wrong with Torgor?
So you can read. Congratulations. But I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgor. Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgor, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient. Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser
Antelope boss fight, let's go.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
These are side quests right now. I'm doing everything. I'm doing all the side quests before I move on to the main quest. Because I think some of these side quests are also timed. And I don't want to revisit... Alright, I'm forced to revisit them. I don't want to revisit them all the time because they might get out-leveled and then, you know, it's just too easy. Fighting some level 15 mobs when I'm level 30 or whatever. I didn't even know these quests were here.
Blackthorn.
They must have appeared in between the other main quests when I didn't check for progress.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, that you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog with a bone. Still, you've got a keen eye, I'll give him that. It's just, well, Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me, the edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you?
Nah. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Thank you.
It's gotta be katanas, right? Japanese game praising their own swords over European ones.
You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want? Out with it.
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Dalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh, and he's a touch eccentric, if you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning.
You're not using swords against plate mill, dudes. I think Japanese katana would literally break against the plate mill. Like if you try to smash it, especially on like the round parts, like the chest plate, it would literally just break. Japanese steel was known to be awful because they didn't have good iron veins in Japan. They didn't have much to work with.
I think Mid might need some help.
Well. Here, Sid. Reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother, if you've a mind to.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit it is. Bunging a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough. Which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping you could help me out.
I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like. All right. Why not?
Proper job!
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Nothing but bomb ash'll do, says the chief. Gave me a sample she'd obtained from the university stores. Couldn't believe my eyes. You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mountain stream. So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king.
Bomb king?
Even behind when they die, see?
And now I'm getting cucks.
I take it that's where I come in.
I can't go fight yet.
If you wouldn't mind. I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of flame isn't exactly my forte. You, on the other hand...
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you kindly. And a good hunting, eh?
Aye. Even samurai, they weren't like pure katana fighters. That's such an anime thing. Samurai, they were like weapon masters. They were masters of the bow and spear as well as the sword.
Clive.
And maybe guns.
Did you get my
and they were very good with guns too.
That's
eventually, I think.
Shh. Otto might be listening.
Is this better?
A little. Listen. I've some bad news. It turns out the hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders, and it may be my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. 0, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's gonna take some time, and I'm gonna need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I'd say.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. And I hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 500 talents.
Oh, why do we hire this guy again?
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Each. 5 million each. They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and well, I must have made some sort of
cut
oversight.
Hands.
Those ledgers were my responsibility, and it was my decision to entrust them to you. This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're gonna make this work.
Did he
all right.
ransom himself
That
here?
doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the dame?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says.
Oh, it's a saying.
Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when time's got leave.
I thought he literally ransomed himself
15
as a ploy.
debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure they will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really. But you know how it is with this place. Orders to bark, arses to wipe, and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye then.
Don't worry. I'm sure Karen will understand.
Surely?
Do you think so?
No, I don't.
What the fuck?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back, so. All yours. All done?
Wait, there's a new bounty too? But where'd all these come from? Oh, it's the King Bomb. It's in the cock in Sunbreck. Oh. Okay. Okay. I think that's all, yeah? Yeah, I gotta do the main quest so I can go back to the world. But first, I'm gonna walk my dog. So I will BRB 10 minutes. And then I will continue this. BRB!